Okay, so we're just punching up live on YouTube. Today is Monday, August 17th at about 10:45. We're running the exact same program that we ran last week. Last week's program did $3,000 from Tuesday late, probably 10 p.m., 11 p.m. to Friday 3 p.m., trading 5 micros, trading 24/7. It went 24/7. No mechanical intervention. I turned it off at 3 on Friday, net 3,000, profit factor a little over 2. Not bad. We turned it on last night at about 6:30. She's been running, as you can see, and we've been taping it overnight. We're currently up $750. Now, we're going to continue to run. But if you're watching this, right? If you're watching this, remember, we want to make money. We want to extract money from the money flow. But you don't have to try to fish the river dry. You don't have to try to catch every single trout. You don't necessarily have to birdie every single hole and eagle every single par 5. We're not trying to play a perfect game. How do I put that? We're trying. Let's say this. We're trying, but we don't expect it, right? So if you're a baseball pitcher and you win the game, you win the game. If it was a perfect pitching game, a perfect, for a pitcher, a professional baseball player, that's a bonus. But but you don't expect to throw a perfect game every single night, right? So the point being is, if you want to stop, if you turn this on Sunday night and you want to turn this off with your $700 and go fishing, go play golf the rest of the week, go lay by the pool, go do another job, go do whatever it is you want to do, and then do it again next week, and maybe it's $1,000, maybe it's 500, and at the end of the year you got an extra 40 or 50 grand kicking around. Well, then you got an extra 40 or 50 grand kicking around, and nobody's going to care. The market doesn't care. Your neighbors don't care. You might care, right? And you have the capacity to do this over and over again. And you have the capacity to add markets. You have the capacity to add leverage very, very gradually. Very, very gradually. It's an acquired skill set, but you could add markets. So imagine you get yourself to a place where, hey, last year that was an easy 40 or 50 grand I made. And now you add a second market, a third market, a fourth market, a fifth market, a sixth, and a seventh. I don't think you want to be trading more than 7. I do think that you should be trading more than 1, right? The ideal number is 5 to 7. I'm Bag of Dawn. This is Stock Market Caddy. We're giving you a view. I will punch up or poke in here at the top of each hour. I'm not playing golf. I'm not swimming in the pool. I might be a little bit later with the pups, but we're getting work done. Facetiously, I say that. We are running Q schools. We are building for tomorrow, constantly expanding. All right. Enjoy. Any questions, let us know. I'll poke in at the top of each hour, particularly at noon, to see if there are any questions. Thanks. I should point out too, because I just assume maybe folks know this, but excuse me, Ted, what's going on, buddy? You're awful clingy today. Some days, these Goldens, they get, I don't know what it is, they get very clingy. You're very clingy, buddy. He's just rubbing up against me here. This is Ted. Abby's, she had a big day yesterday. They both had a big day. They had the dog park. They were swimming in the pool. They were, whew. You know what it is? He heard me say the word swim. That's what it is. I was like, they also have a vocabulary. They absolutely do. They know park, they know ice cream, they know swim. They also know deers, right? Deers. We don't have them here in Florida, at least not in our backyard. But when we went on vacation, they learned the word deer real fast. They're freaked. They didn't bark either. They were just like, look, like, what the hell kind of a dog is that? They really, really were intrigued with the deer. We had tons of them. Um, so that's what he heard. He heard me say swim, I think. Okay, all right. A little bit later. This program is running. This is Swing Machine Plus up here, right? This is, let me slide over and just do a brief explanation, right? So this is Swing Machine Plus. This is the standard Swing Machine doing its thing, and we can trade this in and of itself. So let's go back over here. Ted, don't hit my arm. This is Swing Machine Plus AI. So what does that do? Well, this, it's not just a buzzword. It isn't. Right? It isn't. And we've been building, in essence, AI programs for years before AI was AI. I'm not saying that it's, that, we're AI per se, but all AI is elaborate, huge filtering systems, right? So we've been building trading filters, for years, right? So the Swing Machine Plus AI radar, what it's doing, see how it's set at 3 minute interval too, by the way, right here? See that? A 3 minute. Now that could be 1 minute, that could be 5 minute. This also could be a stock too, but this is the NASDAQ right here. So when this thing is in a short mode, it will send an approval or a sell signal down here. And when this thing is in a buy mode, it will send a buy signal to this down here. Now, that doesn't mean that it's just going to willy-nilly buy or sell. Well, wait a minute. Well, and this is where, this is how elaborate these things can get. We could do that, right? We have done that, right? We have that program now. So that if this buys or sells up here, you could buy or sell it down here. That's, one level of chess playing, but this is like a second or a third level of chess playing. We can even go further, because now what those signals are doing, those signals are activating a specialized program that we have already written for point and figure down here. And we have a number of these programs. This happens to be a program called Point and Figure Chipper. And if any of our annual members are familiar with it, they know that Point and Figure Chipper is very, very active. And it's very, very good for short periods of time. That's when it's run by itself. But notice what's happening here. For those, you may not be able to appreciate it, but our members are. Suddenly, Point and Figure Chipper isn't so active. Because the Swing Machine is filtering it. It's not letting it fire all the time. It's only firing when they're in simpatico, when they are in sync with each other. Now, we didn't know what this was going to do. Now, we talked about where we were going with AI. And before I went on vacation, I alluded to this, and then we got back and we're getting caught up on a whole bunch of stuff. By the way, we're going to be with you all the way through the end of the year. We're not going anyplace. I'm not going anyplace. We're here. We're in for a hell of a ride this fall. But our member, Jeff, a long-standing annual member, might be here today. Thank you, Jeff. Keep me posted. It's Don. Do you remember the chipper? I'm like, yes. So we went to work on it immediately. We're still working on other things around point and figure too, by the way. We're always working. But so it was last, I think, Monday that he jogged our memory, and that was fine. And we punched it up on Monday, Tuesday, and we got Jeff a beta copy. And so now Jeff might be running a different market. He might be running a different interval up here. He might be running a different brick size box. It's going to be up to him. please keep us posted, Jeff, on what you're experiencing and what you're doing. Now, you might be choosing to run it, in a manner in which that's very fast, very scalping. Could be. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm kind of settled in on this. Why did I set it up this way? Well, 3-minute swing machine is one of my favorite intervals on just about everything. You see 135, but you can do it with an hour, like with options. When Susan's trading options, she likes to use the hourly signals. And we even can use daily, right? But I chose 3-minute because that's one of my favorite intervals. And then on point and figure, we set it at 10. The brick size was suggested a little bit higher, but it was a little bit of a judgment call. I don't think I'd run it faster than that. I don't think I'd want to drop it down to 5, but I didn't want to have it run too slow. Might do even better though if it was slower. Might. And we'd get even bigger, fatter trades. So this isn't going to trade a lot, but it should get the job done. And if I intervene or do anything, I'll let you know. Now, if you're listening to this and you've got questions or anything, don't hesitate. Please do not think that I am soliciting you to join stockmarketcaddy.com for this particular program or this particular anything, or even saying that you should do this. I do not do that. I do not, right? Others do that. I do not, right? I live in Florida. We have conventions. I say this all the time. We have conventions and people come and, Bag It On doesn't, go, I thought maybe one time, but it's like, no, I'm not going to do that sort of thing, set up a tabletop display and, you can too trade. No, I don't do that. I just don't. This needs to be something that you really, really want to do. It does. It is, that I've come to understand and appreciate. And maybe I didn't in the beginning, or didn't verbalize it. It's really got to be something you need to do, because it is. Now, excuse me. Got a frog in my throat. Let me mute. Sorry about that. If you like, and most people don't, if you like uncertainty, that's going to help you in your trading career. Still got the frog. Sorry. But most people, folks, human nature, don't like uncertainty. It's uncomfortable. But you can actually grow to like uncertainty. You absolutely can. And when you do, you kind of know it. And you'll have, I don't know how other people feel about this, but when you learn to embrace it, I don't know, I just feel a little bit more alive than ever. So it's kind of like, okay. And so like every day is different. Every week is different. There's always stuff to do, around our trading, around Stock Market Caddy. It just makes it interesting. Right. So any case, so why do we do these YouTube sessions is to show in a live environment what we're doing and how it approach. I'm not trying to prove an outcome, right? It's entirely possible later today this goes south a little bit and has experienced what we call a drawdown on a trade, or a drawdown in the account. Now, where I might intervene on this, is if the account begins to draw down too much, then I still may let the machine take the losses, but what I might end up doing, I'd rather not, but if the account has a drawdown, I might start taking the profits. So for instance, like if this account had drawn down overnight and went from 30,000 to 28,000, and I'm down $2,000. Okay, it's not enough to put this account for what I want to do under extreme pressure. It isn't, right? I wouldn't like to see it. I wouldn't like to experience it, but that could be the case. So then if that was the case, what I might do in that situation is, if this trade is up, $385 or $400, and I have a chance to go ahead and grab that money and knock the dry down from 2 grand down to 1,600, I might do that. I might do that. And in trying to get the account back to like par and then back away again and let the machine take it over. So I kind of play golf the same way. If I don't want to have a bogey on the first hole. I don't want to have a double, or certainly don't want to have a triple. But if I have a couple of bogeys in the first 2 or 3 holes, um, I don't throw away the clubs. I don't stomp and get all angry and get all mad. And here I go again. I can't do this. I can't. Oh, man, this is a hard golf course. And start getting all down on myself and try to ruin everyone else's day out there. And if you've ever played golf, there are people that do that, right? I can't stand to be around them. And I will wind up, if they're riding in my golf cart, I'll wind up walking just to put distance, right? Because I can't think like that. But my thinking will be like, if I do go down like that in those first few holes, like, okay, catch my breath. That shot, I can't get those shots back, right? That put me in trouble score wise. They're done. They're gone. They're gone. I can't go back and replay them, right? So you just got to let it go. But it's always the shot afterwards, or the next hole. So then what I might end up doing is falling back to a comfortable club. So like on the next hole, maybe in order for me to get to the pin, I got to hit, for me, a 4-iron. That's what it would call for if I measure it correctly in this. But because I'm struggling a little bit, maybe I don't shoot for the pin, and maybe my 5-iron is a much more comfortable club, and I'll just hit a 5-iron to the fat of the green just to get my swing and get comfortable, and see if I can. I'm not necessarily trying to get a birdie, but I just got to get a par. I got to stem the bleeding, catch my confidence back, and realize I've got plenty of time to to save the day or save the round, right? Now in golf, there's 18 holes, right? You gotta, I mean, if you're gonna play in regulation, there's 18 golf holes. Um, when you're trading, you may think that there are 8.5 hours a day, or whatever it is, 8 hours, 9:30, public hours and 9:30, but futures are open all the time. So you're not obligated to play 18. You're not obligated to play 8 hours. You're not obligated to play 4 hours. I mean, you can stop. And we encourage people to do just that. And stop, not when you're necessarily down, right? That just can reinforce, and then you get angry and get upset. I can't do it, and your head's full of it. No, stop when you're ahead. Cheat. No, it's cheating in Vegas. It's cheating. They won't let you do that, right? They want you to, keep there until they get all your bread. But you can stop. Does that make sense? It's a little bit more important than you would think, right? So, and what we're trying to teach when you come to us and go, spend 3+ weeks with us, day in, day out, going over the programs and training, we're trying to teach you what we perceive to be the rules of trading, or the rules of the road, right? So, and I made this comparison. I was thinking about it. I don't normally think about driving, but when you first learned how to drive, there were the rules to the road, right? And you had to think about them, right? Okay, I got to put my hands at 10 and 2, and I got to, signal, and, all the stuff, and what a yield sign means, and what this means, and that means. It's like, whew, it was really overwhelming, right? When you were 16 years old, or 15 and a half. And then when you got in the car, you had to think about it, right? It was very, maintain your lane and all that good stuff. Now, you may have been driving for 20 or 30 years. Hopefully, you never had any accidents. Maybe you've had a couple of small ones. I had, trying to think all these years, if I had any accidents. Well, yeah, I did have one, and it was my fault too, by the way. It was my fault. Fortunately, I didn't, get really, really hurt. I got hurt, but not really, really hurt. And then I had another one where somebody hit me. Not my fault. They just hit me. Again, didn't really, really get hurt. All these years, decades of driving. And when I get in the car, I don't even think about the rules. I do think about the rules of the road. I don't necessarily have to think about what I'm doing because I've done it so much, it's almost unconscious, right? I'm hopefully unconsciously competent driver, right? Um, but not everybody is, right? Yeah, I mean, you can have people, doing some crazy shit out there on I-4, I-5, I-10, the Mass Turnpike, the New Jersey Turnpike, wherever you are. I mean, you see it day in and day out, and you just try to stay the hell out of their way, right? So trading, there are rules to trading. There are rules of the road, um, and and just like how driving a car is now, because of technology, is becoming automated, we're trying to introduce automation to the trading. And and that's basically what we're doing. But you still, I think that if you were, maybe the younger people, it's no big deal, but I still think that if you're going to buy a car that has automated driving, you probably still should have a license. You think that's probably a good idea, and you don't need a license to trade, but you have experience driving, and if you had to intervene, you could intervene, and you understood what you had to do, that sort of thing. I think would be a good idea. So trading is still an acquired skill set, and these programs can, in essence, self-drive for periods of time, but it's also a good idea that you have the skill set to drive the car. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Just had to grab a quick call. But so in any case, now what I don't want to be doing is I don't want to be making decisions. If I'm going to be an algorithmic trader, I really don't want to be making decisions on the money, around the money, on every single trade. I mean, what's the point, right? And that's going to be the struggle for the new person, right? So that's where we're going to try to help you try to get to where you need to go. Because when you get to where you need to go, you get where you need to go a whole lot faster, a whole lot easier, and and you can do it over and over and over again, right? So we want to get you trading to a place where you jump in the car. Back to the car analogy, you jump in the car, you start the car, you don't even think about it, right? You just do what you do. You go to Lowe's, you get your crap, you come home, and all's good, safe and sound. So let me just see if there's any questions. But when we do these YouTubes, there's Jeff. Don, confirm Chipper AI is working. Excellent. All right, so that's the first thing, and I haven't even read Jeff's entire note here. So Jeff is an annual member. He says, Don, confirm the Chipper AI is working. So the first thing you got to do when you get a beta is the thing that we sent you working? Is it working? And then, is it working in a manner and fashion you hope? So let me see. So we'll likely tinker with box sizes and whether to use stop, profit target, trailing stop versus running wide. Oh, yeah, exactly. So also evaluate the time frames on radar, 3 minute. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what Jeff is saying is that there's a tremendous amount of choice built into these programs. So he can choose to run this at a tick level or at 500 ticks or at 1 minute or so that's possible. Then what I'm not doing here is we could turn on profit targets. We could put on trailers in here. Maybe I should be doing it, right? Because if it had run up, as we can see up here, it had run up $1,200 and then drew all the way back. But what I like to do, right, particularly me, right? Now Susan, it just depends where you are. But when Susan gets Susie's gonna be intent. I am trying to make money, right? I don't want to say it like that, but I'm also wearing other hats that I'm trying to see what these things are capable of, and so that we might be able to tweak them, right? So yes, I want to be profitable. Yes, I want to make money, but I also am running them with Jeff quote unquote called wide open. I'm running them sometimes without too many other features turned on so that I can appreciate what's happening and if I want to do it, and then also too with a critical eye from a coding standpoint, we might want to code something else in. So we could maybe get a whole lot better performance if I put on those things, some of those things. I might, but it might be difficult for me to discern what the program is actually fully doing. Jeff understands that, but I describe it to you. So if you're coming by, why do we do this? We're just trying to create some awareness of who we are, what we're about, how we look at trading, and that go from there. Right now, all these the economists, the Peter Schiffs of the world, and everything. I do listen to some of those people, right? Um, but I just don't make any decisions to buy or sell anything based on what they're saying. But I do like listening to them, right? By the way, if you haven't listened to Peter Schiff, you might want to give him a follow and listen. He's he's a market guru from years ago, and he's just great. And he was talking about, it was on August 15th. He's got a pod. Well, it's about a 30-40 minute video that he made, and it was in the anniversary. And it was in 55 years ago on August 15th in 1971. And do you know what happened then? Does anybody know what happened? And there was a TV show. I think they had three networks on, and there was a TV show, and the show on, which was the most popular show of the day at that time, 19s, was Bonanza. Dun, 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 whatever that song was. Remember that theme? Bonanza. And they interrupted Bonanza, and President Nixon was addressing the nation with an announcement. And what was the announcement? He was basically decoupling um, the dollar from gold, right? So I won't explain that whole story. If you want to go hear the video, it's really fun to listen. Maybe not so much fun, but listen back to it. But what is stunning, at that time, the dollar was pegged to gold at $35 an ounce. When he unpegged it, it very soon got to 42, and then it would soon go from 1971 to 80s, early 80s, 81. Gold would go from 35 unpegged to 42 to $800 an ounce. $800 an ounce. And the American dollar would fall in value by 70%. Now, the economists of the day, the so-called educated economists of the day, were telling him that you could not have inflation if employment suffered, right? But lo and behold, employment did suffer because we had rising prices and everything. We had raging inflation, and people did lose their jobs, and it continued. Right? And we had a period of known as stagflation. Now, I believe it was the annual debt was $400 billion a year. I believe I have this correct. 400 billion. The annual debt today, I think the annual is somewhere, I don't know, it's like 12 trillion, 15 trillion. I think the overall debt is like around 40 trillion. Trillion. Our monthly debt for last July under Trump here is like 450 billion. 450 billion in a month. When you compare that debt of last month to the July of last year previous, it's up 18%. Oh, debts don't matter. I know. They don't. They have it. But they will at some point. They will. It's going to happen. And I really hope I'm here to see it, because I don't know the day and the time and the month and the year. I mean, it could happen in the next 5 minutes when we start. But it won't, the melt up has been much slower. But basically, I mean, it's unbelievable. Right? It's unbelievable. And are you hearing, and I don't want to go, this is not political, right? Right? And I voted for Trump, right? But he's not doing what he said he was going to do, which is par for the course for any politician. But do you hear what he's talking about now? They're talking about the inflation, and he's getting hit with questions, and they're talking about the affordability, which is another way of looking at inflation, right? If something is inflating, whether it be a home price or your food costs, the affordability is definitely going to be a concern. Now, he was very much concerned with the affordability of shit when Biden was there. But now, did you hear him in the last week or 10 days? He's saying that the people asking questions about affordability is fake news. Well, that's bullshit. Sorry, Trump, but that's bullshit, right? He's a bullshitter. So he's full of crap, and I'm concerned that Trump is going to do to the economy. Hope I'm not pissing anybody off, but I don't mean to. But I'm concerned that he's going to do to the economy what he did to all those people who he left on the plane, U.S. Air Force One. You know, he got himself and his closest people, on the food truck and onto another plane. The others, he left them on there. Now, does that have something to do with that young spokesperson? She gave a resignation and 24 hours later. I would have. I would have, or if I was Susan, I would have said, "That's it. Give him 2 weeks notice. Let's get the hell out of here." Would he do that with the rest of us? Of course he would. Of course he would. He don't give a shit. And the thing of it is, when you have inflation, right? This is why, when you have the Mark Cuban is famous for this. When you reach billionaire status, and you'll notice that these billionaires who presumably made their billions being capitalists, you would think, not all of them, some of them were just lucky like Cuban, but and they got more money than brains. And then they will espouse sometimes very left-leaning ideas, guaranteed basic income and stuff like that. And you're like, why would they do that? Or why wouldn't they be preaching? At least I always ask, why wouldn't they be preaching capitalism? This is you too can do it. You do it this way, but they don't. And it's very self-serving. One, it gets them, it's virtue signaling, so it keeps them from getting tarred and feathered, right? Even Cuban says, that you don't want to be seen as an angry billionaire, right? It's not a good look because they could tar and feather you, they could come for you, and he doesn't want that. None of them want that. And and then the other piece though is when you do that largesse and you create inflation. Inflation is hardest on the people who are getting money or it's hardest on the working class. The billionaire class, inflation is actually increases their wealth. Why? They own assets. They have assets. So if farmland goes up in price because of inflation, well, Bill Gates is the largest private owner of farmland. I mean, do you have any neighbors that own? I actually have some neighbors that own farmland, but they're also getting bought out too. By the way, they get bought out. They own strawberry fields, um, here in Florida, and this, the developers coming in and buying them up. Anywho, I digress a little bit, right? Um, we're here to help you get an idea and a picture of what it is we're doing. And to that end, if you get any questions, let us know. I'm going to let you watch, right? I'll let you watch. And let's just slide back over so we can see the full picture. And what do we see? So on the 5-minute VIX, the VIX is trending down. So probably not going to get a, right here, right now on a 5-minute. Probably, that probably explains why this thing got muted. Here, the ES isn't doing a whole lot. The NASDAQ, 1043 on a 1-minute went long, right? Kind of muted here. But just remember, when you see the buy and sell signal here, it isn't going to automatically translate to an order on this screen. Okay, we could do that, but we're not. What it is doing though, it is controlling the strategy that's on here, which is point and figure chipper. And this is where the ball is. This is the green ball. These are our tools here. We got other tools for point and figure, but this is the swing low. This was a swing high. So this will act as support. If this gets broken, it'll then act as resistance. We got any other? No, we don't have any other real resistance up here. Yeah. And then this is the reversal marker. And if this ball comes down, takes out the reversal marker, the ball will turn red and we'll have three O's here. But it won't trigger a short. It won't until the first step is this has to be short, and then the program has to also recognize it as a short. And then when the two are in together, but actually we're already short because that happened over here, right? That happened here. So we can discern when she went in short here, this had to have been in a short mode. And then we certainly had a nice rundown. And yes, you could have taken profit if you wanted to. You could have. Yeah, you could have. Um, but I didn't. And so she's not going to repeat a short. She's not going to double up. Now, if that's something you wanted to be doing, right? If you wanted to, like, okay, if I get another short, I want to add another one. We could probably do some of that, but might that part of it might want to keep simple. But I don't do a lot of that. All right. But Peter Schiff, he put it out on August 15th. So if you want to go to his podcast and hear that, it's about a 50-minute video about gold and the devaluation of gold and the debt and everything. And he does it like only he can do it. And it's really, really good. Right? It's really, really good. I enjoyed listening to it while I was walking Ted. All right, kids. Any questions, let us know. I'll try to come back at minimum at the top of the hour to answer any questions. Thanks. Okay, so the program, and I didn't quite catch it. I didn't anticipate it quite. I didn't have immediate eyes on it. Just took that profit, right? So it went in right here, and it came out right here. It had a much larger run up, and we didn't get it all. You may have. We did not. And that's always the case. Now, what we don't know, this is where embracing the uncertainty of everything is. I don't know if this is going to be one profitable. I don't know by how much, and I don't know if it's going to be a loser. Right? When the plane first takes off, though, we kind of want to keep an eye on it. Now, I can also begin to glean, which you can't begin to teach here and now. There's a lot more information on Swing Machine that can help me discern maybe what to do, right? But right now, I'm not going to do much of anything. So we'll see how this plays out. But we just don't know, if it's going to turn out to be a loser and by how much. And we don't know if it's going to run up and be a winner and by how much. Now, but if you put in other criteria, well, then you put in other criteria, and then you might begin to define the parameters of what the machine, should be doing. That makes sense. All right. All right. So trade number one is in the house. Now, $400, $395 in one day is okay, right? It's okay. If you do $400 every day, there are 24 trading days in a month. You take off four, there are 20. Be $8,000 a month. You got the patience to do that? You got the patience to do it all year? Okay. That might work, right? Might work. Now, are you going to be able to go online and brag about, oh man, I just made $395? It's not going to get any attention. Nobody's going to give a shit, right? Nobody's going to care. It's not going to be headlines grabbing. But if you do it every damn day, week in, week out, you're going to laugh all the way to the bank. And nobody's going to know you. No one's going to care. And you're not going to have, stock market you had. We're probably not going to have 100,000 people follow. Oh, he only made $395. I don't, he's this, he's that. You know the drill, right? So, any case, we're giving you I don't know how else we can, showcase what we're capable of doing. It's what we're capable of doing. The other question is, are you capable of doing it? I don't know. I don't know. Um, but if you are a member to us, we're going to try to help you in every way that we can, intently during the Q school. That intensity can't be maintained because we have other members. We have, so we can't. This isn't an apprenticeship, right? You're not with me every day, you know, um, and we're both, working the plumbing duty, right? You're not going to a house. Careful, Susie. She's headed to the gym. Um, like an apprentice is to a plumber, right? This is a mentorship. There's a difference. A mentorship. For a brief period of time, we're going to mentor you, but then you are going to do your own plumbing. That's the way it works, right? But it maintains, a kind of a private club status, right? I never say no to anybody. So, but it's not a day-to-day thing, trade by trade thing. I mean, I don't even, just so that nobody misunderstands, I don't even do that for Susan. I don't. As I've said to Susie, if I got to do that for you, Susan, why do you want to do this? Right? It's just, I'll just do the trading. It doesn't matter. So we have our own trading to do, right? But we can dedicate time, which we do. We carve out every year time around stock market caddy, right? But there are limits, right? So, any case, let's see how this trade works out. I'm bagging on. This is Stock Market Caddy. Let me slide back over there into the room. Say good day to everybody. It looks like we have 4 people there, and maybe Jeff. Jeff is an annual member, been with us for years. And but if there's if you have any questions about who we are, what we're about, we invite you to visit the website. Probably going to build a new website. We do that every couple of years. It's always homegrown, and we need to, with all the new website tools and so forth. So we're going to be doing that. Um, but explore that, with a legal pad, and write down your questions. And if you can't find answers to your questions on the website, we try to keep it pretty basic. You can always email me, you can always text me, and you can call me, right? At 813-758-8263. I would just hope that you would have done a little bit more homework, because sometimes we get phone calls and a person says, "So what's this all about?" And I'll say, "Okay, have you visited the website?" "No, I haven't." "Okay, I don't, I mean, time, right? Your time, my time. We can't make it, we can't buy it, we can't sell it, we can't trade it, we can't waste it. So show a little bit of initiative, if I can be so bold, to visit the site, look at, find out what you can, and then hopefully you can ask more meaningful questions, and discuss. I mean, I'm not anonymous to you. You're anonymous to me, and if you want to discuss um, what what you've done, where you've been, what's working, what isn't working, I'm happy to chat with you about that, and how these tools might help you. And this is just one, right? This is just one, right? And the other thing is that, which is, Jeff knows this, right? Jeff, this is mind blowing, right, Jeff? Because this new AI feature is um, is very advanced. It is, even for us. We're not entirely sure how. It's one of those things, like, we just don't know for sure just where it's all going, right? And it's highly customized, so there's a lot of work there, and so we're going very small, very incremental. It's not like we're just throwing AI at every single program, but we very well may down the road. But it is advanced. It is for advanced traders, but don't shy away from it, right? Don't if you're coming at this and you're hearing about it, you're saying, "What is this son of a bitch doing?" Don't get spooked by it, right? Just remember those math books that you used to see from your older brothers and sisters, and trig and calculus. And I can remember being in grammar school thinking, "Holy shit, mom, dad, I'm never going to be able to do that." Like, don't worry, Donnie, you'll be doing it. And I was, right. It's incremental. And but if you're still trading, if you started out trading where everyone starts out, they open up a brokerage, they learn about moving averages, they learn a little bit about candles, they put up stochastics, they put up MACDs, green candle, red candle, a little bit of support and resistance type thing. And then they start pushing, blocks of money around, or contracts around. And maybe, I know that some of the brokerages, they like to put in the upper left hand corner, the right corner, they put on CNBC, and you listen to Joe Bag of Donuts and Becky Not Too Quick, talking about the market and all that. And oh boy, I'm trading now. No, you're not. You're not. You're not trading. You're not. You're being hoodwinked, and it's so miserable. Now, did I do that? Yeah, yeah, I did. Embarrassing to say, but it was like the late '90s, you know. Um, but I don't watch that shit. Don't listen. No data stream will end shortly unless you restart your streaming software. What happened now? It's kind of crazy. didn't time out. It just, there it is. We're back up. Huh, that was weird. I don't know why I did that. But so let's slide over while we're watching this, right? When you trade like this, pretty boring. Okay, so we look at the 5 minute VIX. The 5 minute VIX is trending down. So that's not, telling us that there's going to be any big sell-off here. We'd rather see, even at a 5 minute level intraday, if we're going to get some selling, we need and want to see this VIX moving and trending up. Okay, so she just reversed course, by the way. She just did. We'll go back. Let's slide back to it so you can see it. I didn't do that, right? So here she did take a buy and she turned right around and she took it short again. So and it cost us a couple of bucks. Okay. We don't win every single one. And we'll see. But now Swing Machine is short. You can see Swing Machine is short, and the rules defined by this program called Point and Figure Chipper was also short. So boom, the bitch goes short. Okay, beautiful. I wasn't even looking at it, right? I wasn't at the pool, but I was over here looking, right? And it went in. So we can see the ES went short 4 minutes ago. It also went short 58 5 minute segments ago, or at 7:20 this morning. And yes, if you took that trade and been on that trade and stayed on that trade with a mini, you're up a grand, right? But in here we can see the NASDAQ. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I was trying to hit the sneeze button. Sorry about that. Sneeze right in your ear. I'm going to do it again. Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to hit the sneeze button. I couldn't get it fast enough. Sorry. I try next time. Holy smokes. Sneezing. So I was able to catch the next two. 4 sneezes in a row. All right. So, but not a whole lot going on here for a Monday, middle of the summer here. Not middle of the summer, middle of August. It's nice though, isn't it? It's nice. Nice way to go. There's 5 micros. Now, at this hour of the day, between 9 and 4, we're using approximately $2,000 a margin. Okay. So, $2,000 a margin. Now if we were to finish right here, we're up $200. That is, if you want to do it that way, is a 10% return on 2 grand. That's a good use, efficient use of capital. If we trade this outside those hours, overnight, then the brokerage doesn't give you that kind of margin. Why? Because in those after hours, the liquidity is going to be much less, and therefore there is greater risk. And so they don't give you that kind of margin to play with. They don't want you to, they don't want to assume that risk. So then they want full margin. And that's going to now be like 20 grand. But still, with an account at 30, it's acceptable. It's acceptable if and only if you are trading robotically. It is unacceptable, in my view, if you are trading that much margin in a thin overnight market and you are staying up late at night with your hand molded to the mouse trying to trade a stochastic MACD, you're going to get smoked. It's just a matter of time. You are going to get hit. You will. Maybe you already have, but you will. And how do I know that? I tried to do that, right? Years and years ago. And I was doing it with a whole lot more margin than that. And it was reckless. It was reckless. Fortunately, I recognized the the lesson, and I stopped it. The first thing I stopped, but then said to we need to regroup. This isn't. We can't be doing this. And then we had to make some big changes, and it took a lot of time. Can you do this? You want to do it on your own? That's totally fine. Totally fine. You want to be a DIYer? You go right ahead. But all I can tell you is if I told you the amount of hours that we spent building Swing Machine and building some of these other tools, I would be embarrassed to tell you the amount of hours. But if you want to commit those out, one, you're not going to get what we exactly have. That's not going to happen. I don't care what you got. It's not going to happen. But even with AI, it's just not. There's just too many variables, and that is our intellectual property, and we have it and we own it. But um, but you can certainly build your own things, I suppose. But you're going to spend a lot of time, and again, time is money. So to that extent, that's when we go through Q School with you. Not only are we going to be with you one on one for a period of time, ideally no more than 2 hours a day for a period of time, and answering your questions on a live environment and teaching you how we go about trading. But then when you're done, you get to decide, yep, I do want to do this. Nope, no, I don't. Or, yeah, I'll just take the education and go do it myself. That's fine. You're welcome to do that. But a big but is if you do decide to become an annual member, you're going to get everything that you worked with and a lot more, everything that we have on your desktop to get going. So it's up to you. Have fun, everybody. I'll be nearby. Let me go see if there are any questions. Anything at all? Nope. All right. So we'll be nearby watching with you. Okay. Thanks. Jeff, just want to put my mic back down. Jeff, also too, I need to go back. I'll try to do this today and get this to you tonight. You know I'm assuming you're there and you can hear me. You let me know if you don't, but I'm assuming you can. The prototypes that we first sent you, the AI to Swing Machine AI simply to universal anything. So for instance, in that instance, Swing Machine AI, a buy and sell signal from here would activate an order on the screen. But Jeff, I was looking at it last night. I got to go back. I had created in that AI that if it wasn't short or long, it was in between, it would create a no signal and it would flatten you out. I'm rethinking that. I'm not sure that that would be a good thing. So, because when we did this, we didn't do that. We have this signal activating the strategy, and there's no flat spot. So it's reducing the amount of trades. So those earlier ones, I'm thinking, if that makes sense, let me see if you can hear me. You let me know. And so I'm going to go back later tonight, to those betas that I gave you, and I might, yeah, yeah. Does that make sense? So remember the first betas that. So what we were doing. Let me just for Jeff's benefit, and even those that are watching. So let me explain. All right. So we have this program. And this is kind of behind the scenes a little bit, but that's totally fine. So let me draw it out this way. All right, so we have up here, let's do it this way. It's a computer program. And oh, that's an erasable mark. I didn't mean to do that. I don't want it to be erasable. Okay, so we have code, and that code right here, that's this code from the radar, right? So that's the routine, right? So what's happening here though, right? So what's happening, I'll just explain here what's happening. So when this thing here is either short or long, it's either one or the other, right? It has rips and dips and everything, but for right now it's either short or long, and that signal is flowing to this chart. It is not entering immediately off of that signal. What that signal is doing is tripping off another routine or strategy on the chart itself. And that strategy for this view is actually point and figure, with something we call point and figure chipper, which is normally very, very active, but because it's being filtered with this, it isn't that active, right? Now, Jeff could do some things, I could do some things to make it a little more active, but we're choosing not to. All right, so that's what this is doing. Now, what we sent Jeff, Rob, and a few others was an original beta where we had the signal that was either long or short trading here, just simply putting in an order wherever it was. And that could have been on point and figure, it could have been on 3-line break, it could have been on anything. And we simply, that was the first thing that we did just to see if we could do it, which we could, and we just called that Swing Machine plus AI, and then it was like universal. But one of the things that we did, Jeff, and this for everybody, is, and I'm second guessing this now. So we did this before we went away on vacation, and we only had a week or two to work with it, and now we're coming back and taking a harder look. When the signal wasn't short or long, when it was in a dip or a rip, we coded that to say no signal. I got to go back and look at this, but I'm from memory, and I was looking at it last night. I think this is the case. So I've got to bear with me though. So we got to look at it again later today and tonight, Jeff. And what would happen is when it was no signal, the trade would come out. Well, that could make it a little more active, especially if it's a 1 minute, then maybe Jeff, myself, Susan, everybody got it. Rob might be a little more active than we would want. And so we're going to go back and probably um, take that out for now. Take it out, and I probably won't change what you got. I'll let you keep what you got, and then just call it again, and it'll be a beta. I hate to do it to you, be a beta too. But I'm thinking that maybe a little less. That's always the case too. Not always, but a lot of times that sometimes we'll use that. Put it that way. Nothing's always, but sometimes less trading, the better. A little less. Hopefully that makes sense. Now these routines, okay. Now Swing Machine itself has like 800 lines of code. It's a big file, and we're simply just taking this signal from here, right? It's generating a lot more information here, and there's a lot of different things that you can do manually or are on its own that to make it trade. We know that, like, we have Swing Machine Plus cubed. So, but we haven't, with the AI function, we're starting out with baby feed here. And you know what? Maybe it'll be enough. And it'll be like, well, why are you even doing this, Don? Well, this routine here that you see, or this up here, this is time-based. Time. So let me just see if I can do this. So can I circle it? It's time-based. It's 3 minutes. Could be 2 minutes, could be 5 minutes, could be 10 minutes. It's time-based. This is point and figure. It's price-based. And the two things are working together. That's pretty damn cool. Pretty damn powerful, right? That's what we're seeing. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know who you're watching or what you're watching and who's doing what. That there isn't anybody, There's probably the likelihood that you're going to run into anybody doing anything even remotely like this is like Slim and none, and Slim just left town. Because we see what you see online, right? It's just the same old shit. But that's pretty powerful. Very, very powerful. And it's just preliminary, right? It's just preliminary. Um, so we're taking some time to explain this, even for existing members like Jeff, and we have other members. This is going to take some thought and some time and some process thinking to think it through. It isn't something you're just going to want to just plug in, and you don't want to do that with really much of anything, actually. I mean, you got to want to know what you're trying to achieve and why. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. All right, so it's fun because it's opening up a lot of other dimensions. We'll erase these things here. There we go. And we'll erase that. So I will, to net that out, Jeff, I'm going to go back and look at those earlier ones later today, tonight, and I'll probably have some others for you. And I want to, we got some other accounts. I'll have to plug them in and let them run. I won't run them on YouTube, but I'll have to take a look. We got Susan, and that's the other thing too. Like Susie, she did her trading this morning. She's done. She's going to the gym. But I'll be back and forth, right? So Susan has her office, I have my office, and then we have a third office in the house. And they're all fully equipped with computers. They have multiple access to accounts, and and I will bounce between them to achieve our own trading development, and also facilitating Q schools, right? And that kind of comes and goes and comes. We don't always have somebody in Q school, but of late it's been really steady, and that's a beautiful thing. If you are thinking of doing the Q school, I think it is best that we chat, right? You want to make sure I want to make sure that you know what it is, what you think it is, that you feel comfortable. I really do, because you're going to spend, quite a bit of time, and so I want to make sure. And then the other piece is we do need to schedule it, right? So don't we usually start on a Monday, and it's usually we'd like to have 1 to 2 hours, especially in the beginning, no more than two a day if we can. That said, though, I realize that's a huge commitment and someone may not have that time, but we will flex, right? So if a person says, "Hey, Don, I'm working, or I'm in this part of the country or this part of the world," we'll try to accommodate you. And so I say it's 3 weeks, but if you notice on the website, I think it says 3 plus. So we have to define a time. So some people want to just like knock it out and have the time. Fine, that's what we need. We feel as though we need 3 weeks minimum. That's what we think we need, even if you've been a trader. Um, but if you don't have it, we can flex around it. And I'm hesitant to say how much time, but it could be considerably more, right? So I'll give you a for instance, and Daniel may be listening. We have a gentleman, Daniel, I'm not going to say in what part of the world, but he's in a different part of the world. And Daniel, young guy, sharp guy, very, very sharp. And Daniel works on an oil rig. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, but he works on an oil rig. I'm not going to say where. And it's fascinating to listen to. And from what I understand from their work schedules, I've never known anybody to work on an oil rig. And we got a very responsible job. And when they go out there, when they fly out there, they're out there for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then they come back and they're off like for a week or two. It's really really something. So his schedule now, when he's out there, he still has, he's not working necessarily round the clock, so he still has time, but he may not have all that time. And then when he's back, he has a lot more time. So what we did there, the Q School has on demand videos that you just punch up and you can watch. So he asked me, he said, "Don, can I get those on demand videos and could I watch them for like a month?" I'm like, so he just came, that's what he said, like a month. And then by that time, I will have absorbed all that. And then when I come back, I'm actually going to have that time. And then you and I could do the one-on-one. I'm like, yeah, we can do that. Yeah. And then his hours are different, too. So I will work with you, but I just don't know what your schedule is. I don't know where you are. So it's incumbent upon you to give it some thought. If it's something, hey, you want to do. And I'm just letting you know that I will work with you within reason. Or if I can't accommodate you, I'll tell you I can't. Right? There have been a couple of instances, and I feel bad about this. I only speak English. So, and we do need to be able to communicate with each other. And I wish I could speak a second or third language, but I was tone deaf. I mean, I don't, I salute all those that can. I just never could do it. And so if we can communicate, so I've had some folks that unfortunately even when we talk, we just couldn't fully understand each other. Now, we're ultimately going to be revising some of our videos, and then with all this functionality and stuff, they can actually put it into different languages. And so that is a goal that we're going to try to do. But the one-on-one, though, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that can even be overcome. It's not an issue right here, right now. Hopefully it isn't, but but AI is getting better and better for that sort of thing, right? So to that extent, the world is getting smaller and smaller. But I will bend over backwards. I will try to do. I mean, a person, and the other piece is, as a person, Daniel was just, I'm talking young guy. I'm talking young guy in his 20s, but was as mature as shit. I told him that, and I remember when we first talked, that I was like, man, Susie, this kid, he is so on the ball, and he had all these different pearls. It's like I mean, I always want to help everybody. But I really, admired his spunk. And I mean, here he is in his 20s working his ass off like that, and doing that. And that, to be away from home for any length of time. I mean, I was a traveling, person at one time. I didn't travel like that. It's not easy. Not easy. By the way, not to digress, but those stories coming off that aircraft carrier are horrible, man. I wasn't in the military, but and I just don't like. I don't know. Maybe I should keep my mouth shut again. But you know, the Trump kids, they're not in there. Barron's not in there. He's not on that aircraft carrier. And I don't know what the normal routine is out there, but these guys are out there, I think, well beyond the normal schedule, and then um, being extended indefinitely. And when they're out there, it's not like, hey, I'm cutting out early on Friday and I'm going to have the weekend off. I mean, they're working, they're probably working 18, 20-hour days, you know, imagine sleeping on a ship, same thing over and over and over. I mean, I haven't been, just the thought, I don't even want to be on a cruise boat for a week or 10 days, right? I think I would jump overboard on a cruise boat. I think so. I would be out of my mind. I think on an aircraft carrier or on one of those ships like that. I mean, I can't. I mean, think about that, right? Right. I really just stop and think about it. My sisters love these cruise boats, and I've never been on one. I'll never go on one. I mean, I'm just not. Nah, I'm sure they're great. I'm sure the cruise boat is great. You got a nice balcony, but these kids, the kids, young men, young women, they don't have balconies. They don't have room service. They got a bunk. You know, can you imagine what that's like? Day in, day out for months on end. I mean, what are their deployments now? Like 8 to 9 months. I think average usually 6, but usually I think they go to ports of call, for a break. And he's just parking them out there. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say anything, but I don't know. And for what? You know, I don't know. There's aspects of Trump, I mean, I voted for the son of a bitch, but there's things coming out of his mouth that I don't particularly like. And I don't know, I don't like the other side either, but, you know, this business of him saying affordability. I mean, come on. We all know. I mean, I heard about that in the last few days. I mean, we didn't, I wasn't dialed in when we were away, and now saying that, that the affordability quotient, or that it's fake news. That's bullshit. Come on. He was the one saying, when he was campaigning, hey, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get oil. We're going to get gas down, below $2. Now all of a sudden he's saying, well, you know what, $4, $5 oil or gas is a small price to pay to put Iran out. Are you shitting me? Now what? Come on. I don't think so. I don't think so. You know. I mean, and he didn't exactly ask us either. Ah, deep breath, Don. Deep breath. I'm not going off the deep end. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a Marxist, right? And we can't do that program, but something, something's. So we can be critical of them without going off the deep end. But anywho, I won't go there. We'll stay on trading. So you can see the trades that have gone off. Let's see. Now this has been running full time. Now this has been undershooting, and so I'm going to go to data. Going to go to performance report, and what I want to do is I want to see periodical return. Okay, that's the weekly. That's not accurate. That is not. Okay, so yeah. this is, yeah, you can't, this is not accurate, by the way. This is not, right? The net profit is showing us for today 1320, and that is not what we've done. So the accuracy of this is being complicated. And last week it was running well under. To this week, it's right now, these few hours it's running well over. So we're keeping our score manually. There is this AI function that we're doing right here, right now, is we're not able, if I turn this off, if I turned off the strategy, these orders would disappear, and then if I turned it back on, it would start running. So it's not showing us the historical trades. Ordinarily, in fact, throughout everything that we've done, we've always been able to see the history. The reason why we're not able to do it is it is taking it's taking this real-time data up here off of time and then applying it here, and it's real-time data. And for right now, we're not able to do it, and we knew that when we were doing it. Now down the road, we might. That's a big M there. We might be able to do it, but I'm not gonna. We're not gonna. We didn't want to hold up getting the programs out because of that, and we don't want to spend an inordinate amount of time just for that. But and I don't want to say that we can't ever do it. We might, but right now there's some real technical challenges as to why we can't. But I want to just remind everybody, when it comes to historical data, what's happened in the past may or may not happen in the future. So we always have to be mindful of that. And I had a hard time kind of getting my head around that. It's like, what do you mean, Susan? Why can't we, you can't. So we can use it as a barometer. We can use it as a guide. And there are plenty of, not online necessarily, but there are plenty of program traders, algorithmic traders that don't use historical data at all, right? I mean, if you can get it, I think it's great that you got it. But if you can't get it, and there's some that just don't use it, I still think I would want to have the program, right? So, and that's what we're doing, right? So I just want everyone to know that. And like I say, some algorithmic traders that been doing this for years, some of them don't even look at any historical data, because to them it just doesn't matter. They just start trading. They're in the seat. They're looking at it. They're recording it, and they're recording their own data, as we go, as we're doing here, right? We have our data from last week. We know what we're doing. We know where we are. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm always hesitant, though, even with TradeStation, about saying that something can't be done, because we have had these instances in the past where something couldn't be done, and we've been able to ultimately do it. And in part, some of it is on account of TradeStation's not sitting still either, right? And so they keep rewriting and updating things and doing things that are beneficial. So, all right, kids. I didn't mean to digress on the not really political thing, but I mean, man alive. I just can't imagine being on an aircraft carrier. Right? Jesus Christ, for 9 months and not know when you're coming out. It's almost like, you keep them there a year, over a year. I know they volunteered, but that's a little bit, and you got to imagine those planes got to be going off like, 24 hours, right? And you're on a ship, a lot of banging, a lot of clanking. And then to hear that the food might be, not so great. What else is there? I don't know. And now we're hearing that he's pulling an aircraft carrier out of the Pacific to get over there to relieve these guys. Well, then what happens in the Pacific? Don't think for a minute our enemies aren't, like, maybe this guy's overstretched us, right? Mm, interesting times. My father, by the way, is everyone's dad, but my dad was World War II. He was World War II Navy. He knew he was in the Pacific, and it was just, and even, yeah, I can remember, the stories, he would tell me when I was older, but he had the pictures stuff too, I mean, it was like a scene out of some movie or something, like these guys on the ship. But yeah, he was and his port of call was in Australia, so they were in the South Pacific over there. Mm. And here, I remember one of the pictures of him and his buddies on there, and their arms, my father's arms, um, they were like Popeye arms, like huge arms, and I don't know what he had to do. I think he was in the part of the ship, probably the hottest part of the ship, like boilers, and they were these dudes were like having to swing sledgehammers. He had arms that like were like the size of somebody's legs, huge. He wasn't that big of a guy necessarily, but his arms were like huge. So again, we started out though by talking about Peter Schiff, and he did do a video on just 2 days ago on the 15th about when Nixon devalued or depegged the dollar from gold. I'd play it, but I don't want to run afoul of any kind of copyright. They're really strict about that shit now. Actually, I sent Peter a note if I have his okay to replay his stuff. Something I think he's okay with that, but he hasn't given me the okay, so I won't do it. But if you haven't heard it, and if you don't follow him, I would, right? I like listening to him. Um, a couple of people that I like listening to, I like listening to him. I like listening to, well, there's a guy who comes on every Saturday morning. You can listen to him whenever, and he's interviewed by a young lady, and his name is Chris Whalen. I think he's very, very good. Very, very credible. Very, very good. I don't, he does not managing any of our money. I suppose if I don't know if he is even soliciting monies, but if he was, I'd be fine. He's very, very good. And so I make it a point to hear what he's got to say every week. I'm just interested in that perspective. Um, and I can share with you a little bit. So his name is Chris Whalen, and if you do a search, he's interviewed every Saturday morning by this young lady. It's pretty nice. Um, and then who's the other guy? Oh, Gunwatch, Gundlach, and he's got a money management firm. I forget the name of it. Gunwatch, and I like listening to him. But probably one, two, and three in that way. Whalen is very, very good, and long time Wall Street guy, long time, and he is just not very flashy or anything, but he's just full of common sense. Very, very credible. And like for instance, in different things that I'll judge him on, and he just says it, you know, and he's in the business, right? He's in the business. He's a big, banker. He's got banking businesses. He's in the business. So it's very refreshing to hear somebody who's in the business up to his eyeballs in it, very, very successful, has lots of relationships, a true Wall Streeter, and say something like, the thought that the Federal Reserve is apolitical is a crock of shit. you know so when I hear somebody like that, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to listen to this guy, and he just flat out says it. One of the things that he reminds everyone is, we're always, we're trading publicly traded markets, but these markets are dwarfed by private capital. And private capital are buying and selling all kinds of shit that we don't have access to and we don't have visibility on and that we can't even trade. So he was reminding he's always reminding everybody about this private capital. And he's even, and he's very refreshing. And then he says, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the stuff that they're doing in private equity and private capital, a lot of it's fraud. I mean, it's just routine. It's just, it's just part of it. It's just routine. And they're buying and they buy and sell and restructure everything and it just goes on and it's not written about, it's not publicized because it's not in the public domain. And see here with the public markets, if there's a wrinkle here or a wrinkle there, the price is going to be reflected in the public markets, and we're all going to see it, we're all going to know about it, it's all going to be presumably written about. But on the private side of capital, no. And there's just some wild ass shit going on the private equity side where these guys are making maybe the principals a ton of money. But as he talks about, when they start to blow up and they restructure, it doesn't turn on a dime. It takes time, and it's happening out there on the private capital side of things, and it just hasn't manifested itself yet into what ultimately will happen. And they'll just keep restructuring and everything. It just takes time. But when the shit goes, that's when the L word, liquidity, can begin to dry up. When the bastards stop trusting each other that they can, you know, salvage themselves or salvage their friends and whatnot. And when they begin to realize like I'm not going to be able to do that, then the liquidity tightens up, and then that can have ramifications to the public markets too, right? So, but in any case, go listen to him. Go listen to him. He was talking about some of that this past Saturday. So if you haven't seen him, Chris Whalen, older guy, great listen if you like that sort of thing. I don't necessarily trade off of it, right? I don't, um, but there might be aspects that from an investment standpoint you might want to hear. Now, just as a reminder, this is the micro, right? The micro. I put in the exact micro. We could also put in the InQ, the add InQ, which would be a mini, but one micro on this was 17 3-minute segments ago that on Swing Machine it went short. That was at 12:03. 12:03. That's when she sent the signal here. And then when the program did what it did, then it shorted right here, right there, right there. That's the trade that's in there. Because we have five, now it isn't the exact match, right? It was just sending a green light, red light. Green light, yes, you can buy. I'll let you buy. Red light, no, I won't let you buy. You can only short, right? And then from there, you can do other things. You could say, when it's long, I want you to get a profit target for $200. When it's short, I want you to get a profit target for $800. I want you to put on a trailer. I want you to put on a stop. I want you to, if you're up $300 and you come back and I break even, then put in a break even. You can do all kinds of things, right? All kinds of things. And there are other things going on up here that we could begin to say, well, if we're here and we're up so much and we begin to see something up here, we could begin to execute instructions. The only thing I can make sure that I explain, we have 70 programs that are fairly static, in that they're packaged, ready to go. They go to you as a member and you got everything that we got. And there's a lot of capacity, a lot of variability that you can build in. This latest evolution of Stock Market Caddy into the realm of, AI, and we can use, now, by the way, which we want to work on, it isn't just the radar communicating. It could be another style of chart communicating. It could be, right? It absolutely could be. And so when we start going down that is going to get into the area of of customization, right? It's going to just be that way, and we're just not sure where it's all going to go, and how big it's going to be. We just don't know. And Jeff doesn't know either. Jeff's working with it now. He's already like, oh, well, maybe I could do this. Maybe I could do that. He's learning with us. And so he didn't want to hold back and wait, but, so it's going to the next level. And, I don't know from a time standpoint what the time demands will be for us. But you know what? We never did anything or not anything, just based on time. But I just gotta, have it in mind though, that that we don't get too far over our skis because of the customization. But so far so good. So, any case. And what we'd like to see as we look here, and it's just going to do its thing, we obviously have a resistance point up here, resistance, where she just, she bumped her head here, then bumped her head here, and then, rejected that price. Visually, I'd rather not see that. If we're short, I wouldn't want to, see that above there. And if we can break this area here, right, it didn't get drawn out as support, but we can see the support. The longer term support is down here, right, down in here. And let's see if we can, get a beat on that. That is, what is that? 30,030. So if we break that, chances are if she clears this, she's going to race down to 30,030 very, very fast. That would be my guess. Just as though she tried to break it over here, break, couldn't do it, then boom, that exploded. That was, I think, on Friday. And but she could give all that back up. And if she breaks that again, then I hope the program is still short, but then who knows where it's going to go. It'll get redrawn, right? The machine will redraw it, and we'll get a better perspective on it. But I don't concern myself. I don't concern myself with decisions that aren't here. Probably a good thing on other things too, right? Try to make decisions based on what's here. what I know now, not too many decisions about, tomorrow or the next day, too many. Um, I mean, you can be prepared, but you want to be flexible, adaptable, versatile. To be able to make some changes. Certainly, the program is. I mean, you saw here the program went short here, had a nice run up, and then made its profit, and then turned around and went long. It didn't say, "Hey, I'm short. I can't go long." No, I'm going long. And then 5 seconds, maybe 5 minutes later, you know what? No, I'm not long anymore. I'm going short. That's a machine. That, as an individual trader, that can be hard to do if you're doing it by hand with a mouse, because you see what you see or what you think you see and you go long. Now you're vested in it. You made the decision to do it for a whole, all you did it, and it's on you. And then it turns around and goes the other way, and guess what? Now your ego is in the way. No, I had it right. You got it wrong, and I got it right. And the next thing you know, you got it wrong, and then you start beating yourself up. Oh, I should have. I could have. That's death by Ruru, the old joke, right? That's we don't do that, and hopefully our members aren't doing that. That's a hard way to go. That's not fun. It's not fun on a golf course. Not fun, trading. Right? We want it. Should be fun. All right. Let me see if there's any questions, and I'm going to shut up and let you watch. We'll take a peek at the full-blown radar. Let's go over here and see. The VIX is still not moving. Isn't that just frustratingly so, right? If we're going to get that push, we want to see that VIX moving, and we're just not getting it. I'm not going to overread it or anything right now. And silver's having a pretty good run here, $3,200 today. And this is the reversal marker I'm pointing figure to. You can see it's green. Here's the ball. That's where price is. It's red. We're stepping down. If this comes up and takes out that reversal marker, then we'll get green X's, and then the ball will turn green. But we're not trying to trade, every single column here, right? As you can see, we traded here, then we traded here, and then turned right around and traded there, right? And so all this time, and this is not time based. This is time based. This is time based. This is price based. That's what makes it so powerful. It would be it would be difficult to do manually, and it would be extremely tedious if I had to sit here and watch what's going on up here, and then watch what's going on up here, and then make those decisions. That would be a grind. So I haven't done that. Now, today is Monday. We started on Sunday night. If we were to turn off and realize, this 500 or this $600, and you're able to, average that a day for 20 days, that's $12,000 in a month. Okay, you know, okay, you're not gonna, it's not gonna make you rich, in a month. It's not gonna give you, super bragging rights, to the buddies on the golf course, like, wow, I got a 10 bagger on this option. It's not gonna do that, but it's gonna be a huge boost to your confidence. It's gonna be really good for your trading account. I'm bagging on. This is Stock Market Caddy. Any questions, let us know. Now, what if your goal is $1,000 a day? Hmm, 20 days? That's 20 grand a month. Whoa. Now, there are going to be periods when you might be able to do that. And then there'll be periods when you cannot. With the exact same program. The exact same program. Why would that be the case? Well, it depends upon what is going on in the market, how much liquidity there is, but more importantly, the volatility, right? And is the market topping out and is in a real tight range? Has the market turned tail and running like a banshee? You could actually adjust the leverage on one side. You could say when the market gets into a super bearish mode, you could say, yeah, I want 5 micros short, and then if we go long, I only want 2 micros long. You could begin to affect that. We're not doing that here now. We're not. But we could. We absolutely could. By the way, for those of you that want to trade stocks and want to trade options, you know what would be really, really interesting, Jeff, and everyone that's here? What if you put your stock up here on Swing Machine in here and you put it on an hourly signal or maybe a 240, a half a day signal, and then had your stock trading the point and figure down below, and you started putting your options on that way? Hmm? And then you don't have to go with 30-day options or 90-day options and get hosed. You could trade some short dated stuff, maybe 5-day, 10-day, and see how you do, right? Now, I'm not putting those examples, maybe I need to, but I'm describing them, but I'm not putting them up for people to watch because those would have to be done once the signal would be automated, right? But the option would have to be manually put in. We can't. I don't know if anybody else can. Maybe if you're Citadel, but we haven't gone there. We don't trade options robotically. We trade them mechanically, meaning we'll take the signals from wherever, and then we have to manually go in and place them. And the reason for that is the liquidity on some of these options is not what we have with futures, right? So that's why futures are so beautiful for this sort of trading, right? So you remember when we were here and we went long and I said, I don't know what the outcome is going to be. I don't know if we're going to run up and go to the moon. Turned out we didn't. We turned around, we took a small loss. And now we're short, and I don't know where this is going to go. Maybe it's going to stop right here. I don't know. Maybe it's going to continue down. Very well could. Like you say, and I think if it does, it'll race on down. But you get to define how you want to play. It's your clubs. Your golf clubs. It's your game. You decide what you want to do. So if you want to stop playing right here and you want to put this $600 in, that'd be $800, and close up shop and, get walk over with your spikes and go to the clubhouse and sit out on the veranda and have a cold drink and enjoy the afternoon. Well, you do that. Have at it. Go for it. Do it. Good. I'd applaud it. Good. Excellent, excellent discipline. Your game. Learn to trade your game. And just do it all the time, though, right? I try to do it all the time, right? Try to do it, you know. Another thing that you could do, right? There's no rules against this, right? You could say, hey, I'm going to turn the program off. I'm going to set a $100 break even, and then I'm gonna go play golf for the whole afternoon. As long as the power doesn't go out, you're good. Get somebody nearby to watch it for you, or you got backups. And if all hell breaks out, yeah, maybe maybe you make 2 or 3 grand in an afternoon while you're golfing. You can do that. CNBC is not going to tell you can do that. They're not going to show you how. The business schools and the colleges, they're not going to teach you how to do this. No, we are. Good afternoon, everyone. Now pushing 2 o'clock, and thought I would just come back. So we had the break, right? Here's that little triangle, right? We got a little whipsaw there, and then she breaks. This is just a little dead cat bounce. She should visually, and you can always play along, but visually, she should break and come down and touch this area. She's likely to bounce shallow here. She might go sideways, but if she comes into this price very fast or very quickly, she could slice right through it and we could be down 200-300 points. Entirely possible. Now this doesn't look like much, but this is just 1 micro, right? So the percentage return is 0.37% between the entry price and where she's trading on the short side. But understand the amount of capital that it took to put this trade on here with 1 micro would be $2,000. So you're not up 0.37%, you're up 10% in, in a little over an hour. That's how they get to build those big buildings in New York and Chicago. They give you, oh yeah, you're gonna make like 8%, 10% in a year, and just go back to work and let me run around with the wifey down here in the Hamptons, and we'll handle it for you. Yeah, okay. These people. Trust me, they're not trading 1 micro. They're trading thousands of mini contracts from their yacht, from Nantucket, from Martha's Vineyard. Trust me, they are. If we stop trading right here today, we're up $1,200 for the day. If you made $400, don't begrudge it. That's what you did. Tomorrow's another day. We're going to let you watch, though. It's a beautiful thing. The other place that we're probably going to bounce, if we get down here on a 3-minute level, will get a little bounce. So it's shaping up that we're probably going to bounce in and around here. I don't think this is going. It's possible we come back up here to the scene of the break, but likely to keep coming down. Then go sideways and decide what they want to do. They want to come back or they want to break. I think they're going to want to break, but I'm not going to trade what I think. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let the machine do it. Much easier. I'm Bag of Dawn. This is StockMarketCaddy.com. I don't know how else to show you, right? We're not time stamping anything. We're actually showing you real time. I don't know any other folks are going to do that. They're going to come on tonight at 7 o'clock tonight and tell you what they did and show you what they want you to see. We're just showing you one thing, real time. But we got multiple screens. We got multiple markets. Susan does too. I do here, and then we do in the third office. These are our accounts. We're not trading anyone else's accounts. Family accounts, maybe, but not public. We don't manage anyone's money. We don't make any claims. We don't make any specific recommendations to buy or sell anything. I'm not a broker. I'm not a financial advisor. We're a mentoring service for folks who want to take control over this part of their life. And if you don't, no problem. No problem. Like Peter Schiff said back in 1971 when they took us off the gold standard, everyone was upset about what? That they interrupted or preempted bonanza. Isn't that hysterical? They didn't understand. They didn't know what they didn't know. Not only did they not know what they didn't know in 1971, the masses, they know even less today. They do. And that's unfortunate. But the world needs ditch diggers and they need the dupes. We're not dupes. And we're not ditch diggers either. Nor are you. You wouldn't be here. Let us know when you're ready. Enjoy. Let's take a peek at all the markets at a glance. VIX is still trending down. So I'd like to see that trending up. Still trending down. But here we are. 88 minutes ago, grand 81, 5-minute segments ago at 720. That trade has doubled here. And of course the NASDAQ has given it up. And The program's got us on the right side of the trade. Just that alone. Any questions, let us know. Okay, be good.